Hey yo, what's up? What's up? Um, I'm gonna check out some few things today. I'm gonna stick a poll up for everybody. We're gonna check out this Endless Water, the band in the USA. Question mark. Supposedly that the Amish have used for 200 years. We're gonna check that out. Start with it anyway.
Imagine you have never once in your entire life paid a water bill, not a single one, not in 200 years of your family farming the same land. That is not a hypothetical. That is the situation for old order Amish families across Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, and Holmes County, Ohio right now. And what most people assume that they just have a deep well and a hand pump and leave it at that turns out to be only part of the story, because there is a layer underneath that, a backup, beneath the backup, a technique they brought over from Europe before the United States even existed. It costs $12 to build. It works every single night. And the part I am going to share at the very end of this video is something I have never seen written down in any homesteading book, any gardening guide, anywhere. It comes from a source that is nearly 400 years old. Stay with me until the end, because if you leave early, you are going to miss the one piece of this that changes everything.
So I used to have your job.
I want to tell you about a man named Eli. He is in his 70s and farms about 60 acres outside Millersburg in Holmes County, Ohio. The land has been in his family since 1851. I spent 3 days with his family in the summer of 2019, and on the second morning, I noticed something that did not make sense to me. There had been no rain in 5 days. The creek at the edge of his property was running low, and yet the trough near his barn was full. Not almost full, full. I asked him where the water was coming from. He looked at me for a second like I had asked him what color the sky was. He pointed up. He said, "The AIR is never empty." He was not speaking philosophically. He meant it literally, and he was right in a way that took me a few days to fully absorb. Here is what most people have been taught to think about water. It comes from the ground, you drill a well, or it comes from the sky, you catch rain in a barrel. Those are your two options. That is the entire mental model, and the Amish use both of those too, but the third, the one that predates both of those systems in certain parts of the world, is the one almost nobody in this country thinks about anymore. It is water that comes from neither the ground nor the sky. It comes from the AIR, not from rain, from air, from moisture that is floating invisibly around you at every single moment of every single day, just waiting to touch something cold enough to let go. That handoff has a name. It is called the DUW point. When moist air contacts a surface that is at or below a specific temperature, the moisture in the air cannot stay suspended. Physics forces it out. It condenses into liquid. It forms a droplet. The droplet finds another droplet, and they merge and grow heavy, and gravity pulls them down. You have seen this your whole life on a cold glass of lemonade in summer, on your windshield, on a cool morning, on a spider web just after dawn. What the Amish system does, what the $12 setup does, is simply give that process a large surface to happen on. A big surface area, tilted at the right angle, positioned into the wind, set up before sunset. By morning, you have water sitting in a collection trough that did not come from any pipe, any pump, any well, or any rainfall. It came straight out of the AIR while you slept. What you need to build this is almost embarrassingly simple. Shade cloth mesh, 6 feet by 6 feet, the kind you find at any garden center. Look for something with a tight weave, closer to a window screen than an open agricultural mesh. About $5, 4 sections of 1-inch PVC pipe to make a rectangular frame, roughly 4 feet tall and 3 feet wide. $2, maybe less if you have scraps. Zip ties, which you already have somewhere in your garage, a length of plastic gutter for your collection trough, $3 or $4 at any hardware store, a few flat rocks or bricks to prop the frame at an angle. That is everything. $12 all in. No moving parts, no electricity, no ongoing cost after the first build. The frame goes together in minutes. 4 PVC sections form a rectangle with zip ties at the corners. It does not need to be elegant, it just needs to hold its shape in a light breeze. Then you stretch the mesh over the frame and zip tie it every 6 inches around every edge. This part matters. You want drum-tight tension, not a sag. Think of how a tambourine is made, how tight that skin is stretched. You want that same tautness across your entire mesh surface. Why does it matter? Because a sagging mesh traps water in low spots. Trapped water sits still. Still water evaporates before it reaches your trough. Tight mesh means every droplet that forms rolls immediately downward and lands exactly where you want it. Here is the mistake that kills the first attempt for most people. They set the frame flat on the ground like a table. That is the wrong angle. Flat means every droplet pools on top of the mesh, sits there, and is gone before sunrise. You want the frame tilted at 15 to 30 degrees off vertical, leaning slightly back, like you have propped a picture frame against a wall at a shallow angle. That tilt is the whole secret of the collection. Droplets form, they roll downhill along the mesh fibers, they reach the bottom edge, and they drip directly into the gutter you have placed underneath that edge. Gravity is doing all the work for you around the clock without any help. Now, placement. This is where I see people get it wrong even after they build the frame correctly. Face the mesh directly into the prevailing evening breeze, not sideways, not away from it, but into it.
Earn 125,000 points and experience more with Chase Sapphire Reserve.
T-Mobile's Guide to Moving Day. Step 1, get T-Mobile 5G home internet with 2-day free shipping. Step 2, get
You want air moving through the mesh, not around it. Walk your yard at dusk and feel which way the air is moving. That is the direction your frame should face. Get the frame off the ground by at least 12 inches. Air near ground level is warmer and drier than air slightly above it. Cooler air carries condensation more readily, so a little elevation helps. And place the frame away from wherever the morning sun reaches first. You want several hours of darkness plus the cool pre-dawn window, because that is when your highest collection happens. Morning sunlight warms the mesh, raises it above the dew point, and collection stops. Every minute you protect from early sun is more water in your trough. Set it up before sunset. Come back at dawn. In a night with average conditions, temperatures in the mid-50s, normal humidity, no fog at all, a 6x6 setup will put half a liter to a full liter of water in that trough. That sounds modest until you think about what it took to produce it. Nothing. You did nothing. You went to sleep. In coastal areas, river valleys, low-lying regions where cool air settles overnight, or anywhere that sees morning fog roll in from a nearby body of water, that same setup produces 2 liters or more. Scale your mesh to 10 by 10 feet. and you are producing enough water for a family's daily drinking needs from a structure you built in one afternoon. No bill, no infrastructure, no asking permission from anyone, just physics working for you in the dark. Now, here is something you need to know about drinking atmospheric water, because this is where I hear the most doubt. Atmospheric water starts off remarkably clean. It has never touched soil. It has not run through agricultural fields. It has not passed through old pipes. It skips the entire contamination chain that makes surface water and even some well water complicated. Outside of urban areas near heavy industry or traffic, it is some of the purest source water you can collect. That said, the mesh will pick up dust and particulates over time, and if you want complete peace of mind, a simple filter takes 5 minutes to make. Take a plastic bottle, cut the bottom off, flip it upside down, and layer it from the bottom up with cotton. Then activated charcoal from an aquarium store, then fine sand, then a second layer of cotton at the top. Pour your collection water through from the top. Let it drip through into a clean jar below. That is the filter the most conservative Amish communities use. No manufactured parts, no replacement cartridges. If you want absolute certainty after that, boil it or add 1 drop of plain unscented household bleach per liter and wait 30 minutes. What you have after that is cleaner than municipal tap water in most zip codes in this country. There is something important to understand about why this knowledge nearly disappeared. It is not because it stopped working. The physics behind dew collection is the same today as it was 300 years ago. Moisture-laden air hitting a cool surface at night. That is not going anywhere. What happened is that as municipal water systems spread across America through the early 20th century, the old techniques became unnecessary for most people. The tap worked reliably, affordably, and so the older knowledge, the deeper knowledge, just got set aside. But the communities that never connected to those systems in the first place, communities like the Amish, never had any reason to let it go. They kept the knowledge because they never stopped needing it. And here is what strikes me when I stand in Eli's yard looking at that full trough on a dry morning. The municipal system worked right up until it didn't. The pipe is only reliable as long as the utility is. The Amish system works regardless of what anyone else decides to do. Now, I want to tell you about the thing I promised at the beginning. The piece that I have genuinely never seen in any homesteading book, any prepper guide, any YouTube video in this niche. I found the first written record of it in the works of Francis Bacon from the early 1600s. Bacon documented something that North Atlantic sailors had been doing for generations, a technique for collecting fresh water at sea when supplies ran low. The sailors would take a wool fleece and hang it from the ship's rigging over the side, facing the wind just before dark.
He's the CTO, Chief Tough Officer.
He doesn't really do meetings. He does torture tests on glues and tapes.
We don't always know what he's gonna do, but we know it'll be tough.
He demands legendary adhesion.
By morning, they would take it down and wring it out, and they would get fresh water, not salt water, fresh water, condensed from the air overnight into the wool fibers. This is not a curiosity. This is chemistry. Wool is one of the most hygroscopic natural materials on Earth. Its fibers have a microscopic structure that actively draws moisture from humid air and holds it. A dry fleece will absorb up to 30% of its own weight in water vapor before it feels damp to the touch, which means on a humid night, a large wool fleece hung in open air, facing the breeze, acts like a sponge for atmospheric moisture. And what do Amish families in Lancaster County and Holmes County have in abundance? Sheep. The families that keep dairy and meat operations often have fleeces stored, fleeces that were too coarse for spinning, that would otherwise go unused. Here's how to do it. Take a large raw wool fleece. The bigger the better. If you do not have sheep yourself, raw fleeces are available from any local sheep operation for almost nothing, often free because coarse fleeces have almost no market value. Hang the fleece from a fence post, a tree branch, or a stretched rope at about chest height so it has full air exposure on all sides. Face it into the evening wind, same as the mesh frame. Leave it overnight. In the morning, take it down over a clean bucket or basin and wring it firmly from top to bottom, working it in sections like you are squeezing a wet towel. On a night with moderate humidity, a single large fleece will yield between half a liter and a full liter of water. On a humid night near a body of water, it can go higher. The water it produces is naturally filtered through lanolin, the waxy coating native to raw wool that has been recognized for its purifying properties for centuries. Run it through your activated charcoal bottle filter afterward if you want added confidence. But the raw product is already clean. The Amish families I have spent time with do not think of this as a survival trick. They think of it as using what is already there. The air is full of water, wool catches it, wring it out. That is the entire philosophy. They are not impressed by it any more than you are impressed by turning on a faucet. It is just how things work. The difference is that their system works when the faucet does not. What you have now is two systems you can run tonight: a $12 mesh frame that collects water while you sleep, and a wool fleece that does the same thing with $0 if you have access to sheep or a local farm supply. Either one of these, in the right conditions, covers your drinking water needs without a pipe, a pump, or a bill. Both of them together, in a decent climate, cover it so reliably that you stop thinking about water as something you need to pay for. People who have been gardening and homesteading for decades already know in their gut that the most valuable knowledge is the kind that has been tested on real land by real families under real conditions for a very long time. Not a gadget, not a product, knowledge. And the people who have been quietly holding on to that knowledge while the rest of the country ran water lines and built utility infrastructure are still right there in Holmes County and Lancaster County, filling troughs that no utility company has ever touched. Leave a comment and tell me this: do you have access to raw wool, or do you know a sheep operation near you? Because if you do, you can run the fleece method this weekend with nothing to buy and nothing to build. And if you cannot find raw wool, the $12 mesh setup is your...
Well, that's about a trip. Yeah, that's about a trip.
Heart emoji. Heart emoji. The best group chats happen in real life.
He's so funny.
I love you guys.
You're standing at the mouth of a tunnel that runs underneath an Amish farmhouse in Holmes County, Ohio. No wires, no compressor, no thermostat, and the air coming out of it is 55 degrees in the middle of August. This $300 system cools any home to 55 degrees using nothing but the earth beneath your feet and a fan that draws less power than a light bulb. The Amish have been building it for 200 years. The cooling industry has known about it since 1930, and in 1930, they made sure you would never find out. After the last video, many of you asked the same thing: what about summer? What about keeping a home cool? So I went back to Holmes County, and what I found underneath those farms is the same physics the Persians used to store ice through 120-degree desert summers 2,400 years ago. And yes, this works, even if your house was built 50 years ago. Here's the number that changes everything. At 6 feet below the surface, the ground temperature locks in and stays constant all year. Summer, winter, doesn't matter what's happening above, Oak Ridge National Laboratory, that's the Department of Energy's own research facility, measured it city by city. In Chicago, the ground sits at 55 degrees year-round. In Atlanta, 62. Denver, 58. Phoenix, 67. Minneapolis, 52. And in Holmes County, Ohio, right where those Amish farms sit, the soil temperature stays between 54 and 56 degrees every single day of every single year. It never changes. Now, think about that for a second. Your air conditioner works by compressing chemical refrigerant, forcing it through coils, blowing air across those coils, and dumping the heat outside. It pulls maybe 3.5 units of cooling for every unit of electricity it consumes. Engineers call that a coefficient of performance of about 3.5. An earth tube, a simple buried pipe that lets air travel through cool ground, was measured across 47 installations worldwide with a coefficient of performance of 28.7. 28 versus 3. That gap represents billions of dollars in equipment, refrigerant, electricity, and service contracts every year. And that's why you've never heard of this. The physics behind it is so simple it almost sounds too good. Soil is heavy, between 100 and 125 pounds per cubic foot. Moving that mass even 1 degree takes enormous energy, 20 to 30 BTUs per cubic foot. When summer heat bakes the surface, it starts sinking into the earth, but it moves slowly, 6 to 8 weeks to penetrate just 6 feet. By the time it arrives, the season has already changed. The earth can't absorb the heat fast enough to warm up. It stays cool. It is the largest thermal battery on the planet, and it's sitting underneath every home in America right now doing absolutely nothing because nobody told you it was there. The Amish didn't read about this in a textbook. They figured it out the way they figure out everything, by paying attention to what the earth was already doing and then building around it. Every farm in Holmes County has a root cellar dug 10 feet deep. No insulation, no mechanical cooling. The soil keeps it between 32 and 40 degrees year-round. That's not tradition. That is applied physics refined over 2 centuries. Then there are the spring houses. These are small buildings constructed directly over natural springs where groundwater flows at 54 to 56 degrees constant. The water moves under the floor. The building stays between 50 and 58 degrees all summer. The Amish in Lancaster County and Holmes County use them to keep dairy and produce fresh without a single watt of electricity. I stood inside one on a day when it was 91 degrees outside. Inside that spring house, I could see my breath. But the system that matters most for this video is what the Amish call the breath of the floor. Clay pipes buried under the foundations of their farmhouses. Air enters from outside, travels underground through those pipes, and rises through the floorboards cooled by the earth. The USDA documented this system in a manual published in 1903, specifically noting clay pipe installations in Holmes County, Ohio. That document is over 120 years old. The system it describes is still running under Amish homes today, and here's where it gets interesting. The Amish who settled Ohio and Pennsylvania came from Germany and Switzerland. Those same 2 countries now lead the world in modern earth tube engineering. Germany has 847 monitored residential earth tube installations tracked by the Passive House Institute in Darmstadt since 2005. Austria requires thermal labyrinth analysis for any building over 1,000 square meters. Switzerland has a 15-year longitudinal study from ETH Zurich, one of the most respected engineering schools on the planet, showing 0 degradation in system performance over the entire monitoring period. 0. The knowledge the Amish carried from Europe 200 years ago is the same knowledge Europe rediscovered with modern engineering. The circle closed, but America never got the memo because someone made sure it didn't. In 1902, a man named Willis Carrier invented mechanical air conditioning in a printing plant in Brooklyn. His problem wasn't heat, it was humidity ruining the paper. The machine was never designed for human comfort. But by the 1920s, Carrier Corporation launched a campaign called Weathermaker that repositioned air conditioning as the symbol of American progress. Their marketing materials, and I've read them explicitly, labeled passive cooling techniques as primitive and unsanitary. Then in 1930, a Carrier Engineering Corporation manual included one sentence that buried 5,000 years of proven engineering. It read,
"Do you need a new or replacement key fob remote for your car? Are you afraid of paying too much at the dealership?"
Earth contact cooling is suitable only for cellars and food storage. One line, one corporate manual. And an entire field of knowledge disappeared from American construction. It wasn't an accident. In 1927, the first model mechanical codes were drafted with heavy participation from HVAC industry representatives. Passive alternatives weren't banned. They simply didn't exist in the document. The people writing the rules were the same people selling compressors. After World War II, the construction boom standardized mechanical cooling as the only acceptable approach. Passive cooling vanished from architecture schools. By 1980, fewer than 3% of American architecture programs taught any passive cooling strategy at all. An entire generation of architects, engineers, contractors, and building inspectors was trained in a world where earth tubes didn't exist. Not because they failed, because they weren't profitable. The numbers make the motive obvious. The Air Conditioning, Heating, and Refrigeration Institute spent $47.3 million on political activities in 2022 alone. The residential cooling market in America is worth $29 billion a year. The average lifetime value of a single residential HVAC customer is over $15,000. Every earth tube installed is an air conditioner that never gets sold, a compressor that never gets replaced, a refrigerant charge that never gets refilled, a service contract that never gets signed in 2019. ASHRAE Technical Committee 6.8, the committee responsible for evaluating exactly these kinds of systems, rejected a proposal to create a performance pathway for earth tubes. Their stated reason was insufficient domestic performance data. They said this while sitting on 3 decades of European documentation covering 847 monitored installations. When researchers analyzed who sat on that committee, 67% were representatives of HVAC manufacturers. The foxes wrote the rules for the henhouse, and the hens never knew. 2 years later, in 2021, the Building Officials Association of Florida formally opposed an amendment that would have recognized passive cooling in the state building code. Their public concern was inspection complexity. But every earth tube that gets approved in Florida is a central air unit that never gets installed in a state where cooling bills run $400 a month for 6 months of the year. You do that math, the International Residential Code, Section M 1601, requires all duct systems to be constructed of materials with a maximum plane spread index of 200. There's no provision for earth contact air handling. The code assumes ducts exist inside buildings. A system that buries pipes in the ground doesn't fit the template, therefore it can't be approved. Not because it fails, because the form doesn't have a box for it. Meanwhile, the Cambridge Public Library in Massachusetts has 42 earth tubes buried beneath it. The result is 51 to 56% less total energy use compared to a standard building. The Earth Rangers Center in Toronto runs 9 concrete tubes, each about 65 feet long, buried 10 feet deep. In winter, it warms incoming air by 36 degrees. In summer, it cools it by 18. It earned LEED Platinum certification. The Allgemeines Krankenhaus Hospital in Vienna has been cooling critical care units with earth tubes since 1994. 30 years of continuous operation, maintenance required every 5 to 7 years, operating cost a fraction of conventional cooling. These aren't experiments, they're proven infrastructure, but your building inspector has never heard of them because his licensing exam never mentioned them. Now, if you already own a house and you're thinking this only applies to people building from scratch, stay with me, because this next part is specifically for you. You don't need to tear up your foundation. You don't need to rip out your existing system. You need a yard, even a side yard, even a strip of land the width of a car along a fence line. Here's what the system looks like for an existing home. You dig a trench 6 feet deep along whatever stretch of land you have. Could be your backyard, could be along the property line. You lay smooth wall HDPE or PVC pipes 6 to 8 inches in diameter in a run of 100 to 200 feet. Smooth wall is not optional. Corrugated pipe traps condensation and breeds mold. You lay the pipe on a bed of sand for maximum thermal contact. You slope it at a 2% grade toward a drain point so any moisture that condenses inside flows out and never pools. One end connects to an intake above ground with a screen. The other end connects to your house through a basement wall or crawl space with a MERV 13 filter and an inline fan drawing 50 to 80 watts. What comes out the other end is air that has traveled 100 to 200 feet through Earth, locked at 55 degrees. On a 95-degree day, that air exits between 65 and 75 degrees. No compressor, no refrigerant, No chemical process, just physics. And that air isn't just cooler, it's drier. The condensation on the pipe walls captures moisture and airborne particles. Humidity drops from 80% to under 50. The materials cost roughly $300. The fan runs on what a single light bulb uses, and the pipe lasts 50 to 100 years. Your central air unit lasts 15 to 25 before it ends up in a landfill. Before I show you the Tennessee system, the one that costs nothing to run and requires 0 permits, everything I have covered across this channel is now in one place. The stove, the wall, the water, this. It is called the Amish Home.
How to open your car door when you're trapped underwater. A lethal design flaw in all recent cars makes it virtually
system. Link in the description, but stay here. Because what this man built in his backyard for $400 is the part nobody is talking about. Now, here's the honesty. You won't hear from anyone selling you something in dry and continental climates: Ohio, Pennsylvania, Indiana, Wisconsin, Colorado, Texas, Hill Country, Kansas. This system works beautifully with minimal fuss. That covers most of where this audience lives. In high humidity southern climates like coastal Florida, the condensation inside the tube becomes a real challenge. The system still cools the air, but managing that moisture takes more attention. For those areas, there's a smarter variant. Instead of running air through the buried pipe, you run a closed loop of water mixed with glycol, the same antifreeze in your car radiator. The liquid circulates through the buried loop, picks up the Earth's constant temperature, then passes through a heat exchanger inside your house. Cool air comes out. No air ever touches the buried pipe. No condensation, no mold risk, no radon concern. And here's what makes this version bulletproof from a code perspective. It uses standard plumbing fittings. It qualifies under existing plumbing provisions in every state, no special permit, no confused inspector, no HVAC code that doesn't have a box for it. But the technique I promised you, the one I found that nobody is talking about, came from a man in rural Tennessee. And this is the part that made me drive 4 hours to see it for myself. This man lives in a 1,500 square foot house built in the 1970s. Standard construction, nothing special. His heating and cooling bill used to run about $240 a month in summer and almost the same in winter. 3 years ago, he built a closed loop glycol system, but he didn't put it under his house. He put it under his workshop. His workshop sits 12 feet from his back door. He trenched a 6-foot deep loop under the workshop floor, ran the glycol lines through the wall of his house, and connected them to a simple fan coil unit he bought online for $80. In summer, the system pulls heat out of his house and dumps it into 55-degree earth. In winter, it pulls 55-degree warmth from the earth and pushes it in. One system, 2 functions, 12 months of comfort. His heating and cooling bill since installation 0. He called it 2 for the price of 1. The system cost him under $400 in materials. He dug the trench himself over 2 weekends. The glycol loop uses a small circulator pump drawing 40 watts. The fan coil unit sits in a closet. No ductwork modification. No permits required because it's a plumbing loop, not an HVAC system. And here's the detail that matters. He didn't touch his existing furnace or air conditioner. They're still there, still connected. He just never turns them on. If his earth loop ever needed maintenance, he could switch back in 5 minutes. There's no risk. There's no commitment. There's just a man who stopped paying $240 a month because he understood what the dirt under his workshop was already doing for free. That's the knowledge that existed for 5,000 years. The Persians built ice houses in the desert. The Romans engineered cooling channels under their villas. The Koreans ran air passages under floors for 3,000 years. Native Americans in the Southwest built semi-subterranean homes for 8 millennia. Every civilization that mastered extreme climate arrived at the same answer independently. The Earth stores temperature. The pipe is just the path. The Amish never forgot. They carried it from Switzerland.
And I used to do HVAC, so installing air conditioners. Once upon a time, you could get parts for all of these things, and it was no big deal. You just get the part that you need, replace it. Nowadays, they made it to where the parts, number one, we're getting most of our parts from China. Number two, that's hard to get. There's tariffs, and any and all of your older style, you can't get Freon for it anymore because that's R22 or beyond. And now they've even moved away from 410A and on to a 32 or a 454 So it's going insane. So this is kind of a cool little thing. We replaced 2 of our units on our house within the last 2 years, and it's about, let's see, $9,500, and that was with me installing them and starting them up and servicing them and everything else. So yeah, it's and granted, that is here in rural Alabama, where it's a little cheaper than a lot of places in the United States. But still, for a tech to pay $9,500 to change out his own units is kind of insane.
Germany to Pennsylvania and Ohio 200 years ago and kept building it because it worked and because they never needed anyone's permission to do what made sense. In 1930, one sentence in one corporate manual decided you would never learn this. In 2019, a committee with 67% industry representation made sure it stayed buried. In 2021, Florida officials blocked it from the building code to protect an industry worth $29 billion a year, but the ground beneath your house doesn't care about committees or codes or quarterly earnings. It sits at 55 degrees. It has always sat at 55 degrees. And it will sit at 55 degrees long after every air conditioner ever built has rusted into nothing. The Amish didn't lose this knowledge. You were just never given it. Now you have it. Drop your state in the comments and tell me what you pay for cooling in summer. And tell me if you have any land around your house, even a front yard, even a fence line, because this system fits in a strip the width of a car. If your grandfather ever had a spring house or a root cellar that kept food cold without electricity, I want to hear about that, because that knowledge and this system are the same physics. They just gave it a different name, so you'd think it was complicated. It's not complicated. The Earth has been doing this for 2,400 years without a single moving part. If you're the kind of person who believes real knowledge has been quietly pushed aside to protect someone else's profit, you already know what to do. Hit subscribe, because next week I'm going to show you the Amish water system that produces clean drinking water with no pump, no filter, and no electricity, using a method the EPA tried to classify as non-compliant in 2012. They failed, and the reason they failed is a story you need to hear.
You could spend all night checking every receipt and coding every...
That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Who knew?
And that you want...
Oh, believe me, we know. Men don't chase anything anymore. Men don't even chase money anymore. Only thing men chasing in 2025 is liquor because they're...
And if I ask for a back massage, I want it to only be a back massage.
Okay.
I don't drink.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
A good one.
Yeah, well, if I got time to do all that.
No. We're laying in bed watching TV, and I want a good masseuse level back massage without you thinking anything else is going to happen. I need that.
I'll attempt it.
You've tried it and failed.
When he asks for dinner, he wants it to only be dinner. Michelin star level dinner, no yapping and no gossip about your coworkers. See, 2 people can play at this.
All right, for real, this is the last video that I'm gonna make, like, responding to somebody on this shit. But the fact that he just said, oh, I'm the culprit for men not approaching women anymore. Men are the culprit. Men.
Are women allowed to keep the money they make from working? Oh, yeah. And is it still legal to beat your wife? No, absolutely not. The system may be flawed, but it is widely unaccepted. A lot of men get charged for it, and a lot of men advocate against it as well now. Wow, we really made it. So, and women can do whatever career choice they want now? Oh, yeah. The #1 career suggested to young, pretty women is OnlyFans. OnlyFans? Like air conditioning? Is that a company? I don't know. It's this website where women can sell sex, and it's like widely accepted on this thing called social media. I'm sorry, do you mean women who get pulled in by like pimps and are victims? Like they're no longer being sent to jail for being literal victims on the street? No, not like that. Well, yes, in some places, but no, it's empowerment. Prostitution is considered empowerment? Why not guarding your body from men? Now, careful, girl. In today's age, you could sound like a misogynist. What?
If you're a single guy in Newport Beach, why are you not hanging out at the Nobu Bar? Because it's literally all gorgeous women and there's not one man. It's literally the bar seats are full of women. Well, where's all the guys?
What's going on, fellas? Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. Leave a comment down below. Let's get back to the video.
Some women simply don't want equality. They really don't. And if you have the audacity to treat them as an equal to a man, or with the same standards that you would hold a man, they get very upset and often cry some sort of ism. Take your pick, really. But why do some women seem to avoid being treated like equals to men? Because there are a lot of women out there that say that men should all be held to the same standard, that it's all men until it's no men. But yet if you apply that same logic to some of the things that women do, they don't like it. Why is that? Why don't some women want to be treated as equals to men, to truly experience the same things that men do? Is it because they realize that with equal rights comes equal responsibility? I think there's a lot to it in regards to that.
A woman can be very frustrated when a man that she wants is not chasing her. And that is how you get a woman to basically respect you, to respect the fact that, hey, this man is so focused, I'm going to drop my pride and I'm not going to expect him to chase me because I actually want this man. I actually want him. So there becomes a mutual respect. There becomes a mutual interest. And it's not just a man chasing a woman who wants every man to chase her.
If your boyfriend complains about doing normal boyfriend tasks, it's a huge red flag and you should know now.
Oh dear. Now, believe it or not, there are actually still quite a large number of women that genuinely believe in stereotypical gender roles. However, I must point out that this usually only applies to when they're in a relationship, and more pointedly, it only applies to the men. They believe that if they're in a relationship with a man, that the man should be performing all the stereotypical chores that would fall to a gentleman, such as taking out the trash, building things, lifting heavy objects, and taking care of the car. Yet many of these women, because they mistakenly call themselves feminists, mostly because they don't understand the definition of the term, would be very upset if someone insinuated that they should be performing stereotypical women's tasks, such as cooking and cleaning. So why is gender roles okay in one situation, but yet not in another?
Having babies, don't leave out
Dirt,
having babies.
Dirt. I love dirt. I'm a dirt nerd.
This week on You're the Credit One for Me, a group date goes wrong.
I just paid off this old car.
They aren't shooting no shots no more.
Yeah, y'all ruined that.
Feminism ruined it.
You get accused of certain things, you're a creep.
If I'm not giving you eye contact, don't come up to me.
That's confusing.
Yeah, the eye contact is not.
No, my smile a little bit.
A lot of women have these issues between finding men that like them. Because all the girls would think if I walk up to a dude, I ask for him, he might think that I'm pressed and thirsty. And looking over there, you winking at me, I still have to approach you.
You don't think a wink is opening the door?
No.
If I wink at you, you need to come talk to me.
It might be something in your eyes. I don't know. Man wants to know that the door is open. He wants to pursue. Like, he doesn't want you to pursue him. He wants to pursue, but just know the door is open.
Okay. So I'm going to be better about that.
Wives, I really do not think you realize how much power you have in your touch. I am so serious. You put your hand on your husband's chest when he walks by. He is going to think about that for the next 3 hours. You grab his arm in public. He stands a little bit taller. You sit next to him and put your hand on his leg. Instant good mood. You are sitting next to him in the passenger seat and put your hand on the back of his neck while he's driving. He will absolutely love it. You hug him before work and don't let go right away. That man is smiling all the way to his truck. Men act tough, but they are so simple when it comes to the woman that they love. They just want to feel wanted. They want to feel liked. They just want to feel like their wife is happy to be with them. You want to know one of the easiest ways to make your husband feel like a king? Touch him first. Not when he asks for it, not when he's had a bad day, just randomly for no reason because he's yours and you love him. I'm telling you, wives really underestimate the power of their touch.
Why don't guys ask girls on dates anymore? All I'm getting is vague, let's hang out sometime energy. It's not that men stopped being interested, it's that dating apps trained everyone to wait for a green light, and social media made rejection feel permanent. One wrong move and suddenly you're a screenshot in a group chat. So instead of asking a girl out, they test the waters, send memes, flirt halfway, and drag out conversations for weeks with no plan. Meanwhile, women are left feeling like they're being kept warm instead of chosen. No time, no place, no intention, just constant low-effort attention. Confidence didn't disappear, it just became rare, and that's why the guy who actually says, "I want to take you out, when are you free?" immediately stands out.
And I see also a lot of men that ask the question, especially after some of these videos where women are complaining and they're saying this type of stuff with their entire chest. They're saying this type of stuff with their entire chest. So a man is like, wow, how would you want me to approach you? How would you want me to chase or pursue? Or I'm confused. Like, what do you want me to do? And the fact of the matter is, a lot of these modern women, they don't even know. They don't even understand what they want. And that's why running around trying to figure out, a lot of men just say, forget it. She's acting crazy, and that's not something I want to be a part of.
The type of man that you actually want is not just looking for beauty or chemistry. He is paying attention to how you handle yourself. Because in the same way that you want him to open up, he's watching to see if you can own your own reactions. In the same way you want emotional depth from him, he's craving peace from you. Not perfection, just a woman that is aware, who can pause, who doesn't let every single emotion turn into something he has to carry. You want a man that can lead, right? Well, then he needs to feel that he can lead without being challenged every single time he tries to step up. You want him to hold space for you, but he's hoping you won't turn your emotions into something he has to fix or absorb. Now, don't get me wrong. A good man is not scared of your feelings. He just gets worn down when everything turns into tension and nothing turns into growth. This is not about men versus women. It's about two people showing up with intention, taking responsibility, and actually playing their role well. And a lot of women don't have a man problem. They have a pattern. They haven't taken ownership yet.
Or accountability.
What is up with this whole movement against single moms? I've had 5 comments today that I've had to delete about how I have no value because I'm a single mom. Y'all don't even know people's stories. What if I was...
The key to being rich, it's knowing what counts.
It's
investing.
A lot of times it's your mentality.
Our financial advisors help clients find their
literally
rich and build financial plans to help them get there.
What if the BD... Like, what? Why do y'all always gotta come for a woman? You know how much that says about you? You're nothing as a man if you have to degrade women to feel better about yourself. Especially a random woman on the internet. A single mom? You're degrading a single mom? Huh?
Your attitudes and
I do
choices.
everything for my child. I'm the man and the woman. What's wrong with you? There's nothing wrong with me. You don't know my story. You don't know how I got here.
No, but if
what's wrong with you for trying to put down a woman? Are you okay?
You left him, and that points
You're
out
black.
your pattern.
0%.
Come on, babe. I'm sorry.
Never argue with your wife when she's driving.
Is she on?
Look at her. Being stupid and
Please, drive.
please. The
Okay,
fuck?
we'll go.
If I was him, I would wait for her to come to a stop and then I'd call the cops on her and show them that video. There is no way your feeling is more important than your life.
Oh my
You're
God.
telling me that because y'all are having an argument and you're all up in your emotions, you decide to
calling that
let
attempted
go off
murder.
the steering wheel.
Getting
Not just putting
restraining order.
y'all's life at risk, but other people's
And y'all
life
wonder
at
why you
risk.
shouldn't be able to vote.
And do you think that this is okay? You think that you should be allowed to be this?
Yo, I just messed it all up. So sorry. I just messed everything up. Give me a minute. Okay, I've got the wrong one. There we go. I'll back it up.
There is no way your feeling is more important than your life. You're telling me that because y'all are having an argument and you're all up in your emotions, you decide to let go off the steering wheel. Not just putting y'all's life at risk, but other people's life at risk.
Yeah,
and do you think that this is okay? You think that you should be allowed to be this stupid? I swear, I would have called the cops and showed them that video and I would have gotten a divorce after. And then him, like a whole idiot, is gonna say, please grab the steering wheel. Are you the man or what? Like, what the are you begging her for? Yo, this is why they act this stupid. And they think they can get away with it because I'm pretty sure he never reported her. And so guess what? She knows he's not gonna do anything about it. So she's gonna continue to behave this way. I can't stand them.
Exactly.
Real men attract, they don't chase. At least that's what my father always told me. As a man, if you are well calibrated, meaning, you know, you working, got a trade of some sort or a career, got your own place, you taking care of yourself, you know, you working out, you're doing all the things necessary to become the best version of yourself. I got a little news flash for y'all fellas. These women will be beating down your DMs trying to get with you. They're lonely. They're lonely. All you have to do is be a man that looks like he got his shit together, and I promise you, you will never have problems with getting. Real men attract, they do not chase. I promise you. While you're chasing your dreams and your goals, you'll start to notice that women are trying to be around you, hitting your DMs up, asking you out on dates. I promise you, real men attract, we don't chase.
How long do you think it should take a man to propose?
I'm with a year and a half, 2 years.
Let there be late nights and early mornings. First drafts. Second draft.
But I saw potential, and I wanted to be his backup.
I asked you, how long do you think it should take a man to propose?
We're not.
Okay, lean in. Let me talk to you. Lean in a little bit.
I know.
No, 6 months. A man knows whether or not he wants to be married or not. Men do not fall in love and decide to get married. That's what you guys do. Husbands go looking for wives. How many times have you heard stories where we met and under 30 days we were married? 6 months. You can run any background check or anything you need to know about somebody with today's connected world and have the wealth of information. Because you can't know about it. You won't know anybody until you actually are married and move in together. You won't know the truth. So I reject when I see unmarried dudes that have never been married talking about, oh man, that's gonna take me at least 2 or 3 years. Just say you don't want to be married, dude. They're not ready for it. And conversely, a lot of women have bought into this stuff. You don't have 2 or 3 years. It should take 6 months or less. So let me help the young women, the young ladies. If you know you want to be married, lead with marriage. And don't deal with men who are not talking about marriage, not as a global concept, but specifically put a clock on it.
And so, you go through these comments, and the thing about it is that these modern women, they're not self-aware at all. Like, at all. They're not good at it. They think they know something, but they don't. There was a guy in the comments of one of the videos, and he was just kind of going back and forth with a woman. Men really try to understand where women are coming from. So he's saying, so what made you think this guy was hitting on you? Right? It sounds like he was just being a good neighbor. He was making small talk. You have to understand that what you're thinking, a lot of times, the guy isn't thinking that. He's just, kind of talking to you. He has a different mindset. And then somebody responded and said, girls always can tell when the vibes are off. And then she said, I understand, but I promise, the vibes were weird. You think that. That's what you feel like. That doesn't mean it's true. Modern women have a problem thinking that what their reality is what everybody else's reality is. Their world is the same as everybody else's world. It's not.
That might be why.
Okay, valid question. How come men don't ask women out in like public places like grocery stores and stuff like that anymore? I feel like when the apps came out, everybody kind of just gave up on meeting people in person. I do wonder if it has to do with like a fear of rejection, or if it's like you're worried that they might be married, which there is only one way to figure that one out. So just try and see. It's not like it's going to follow you around for the rest of your life. And they're not going to be like, wow, that jerk just thought I was not married. They're going to be like, how flattering was that? That guy just asked me out. I feel great. That makes me feel pretty. Usually, unless you're creepy about it. But I kind of wonder why nobody does that anymore. Because it's like, I'll see people and I'll even like, see you guys check me out in a nice way. I don't like the creepy ways. But nobody ever says anything. The only people who ever have asked me out in person in a public place are high schoolers and 20-something-year-olds. And it's so gross. I'm like, you realize I could be your mother. And that's disgusting. And I would never, no. I tend to like people that are my own age or maybe a little bit older. But
I think the young guys
I don't understand in this age group or in general, like, why is nobody doing this?
Who is actively pursuing you to be their wife?
I got options.
Who is actively pursuing you to be their wife?
I've got options.
No, that would be a fiance. See, this is where the truth comes in. Man, you don't have these kind of options. Then you wouldn't be here. If you actually had options, like the kind and caliber of man that you want, then they were really considering you to be their wife, you wouldn't be here right now. You're a baby mama of 2.
Mm-hmm.
And are you telling me you're dating someone seriously?
Yeah, I always have options.
I'm going to ask you one more time, and if you are vague, I'm going to bid you a good night. Are you dating someone seriously?
Yeah.
How long have you guys been seeing one another?
It's been like 2 years.
2 years. Has he expressed any desire to make you his wife?
Yes.
Has he taken you ring shopping in the last 2 years?
We've been ring shopping, yeah.
When?
You're obsessed with your pet. At Open Farm, we're obsessed with zero room for doubt traceability.
3 months ago.
3 months ago.
It just doesn't feel like someone I want to be with forever.
Are you telling me you are seeing someone, the man who's actively considering you is the man you want to be with? And you said, I've got options. What it is it's hard for you to deal with the truth. What it is one, you don't have a man that you want considering you to be his wife. You got a man that you don't want who sounds like he would take you, but you don't want to marry him. That's why it's been 2 years.
This is an unpopular opinion, but man-hating content is the of our dating culture. And I'm not saying that to be a pick-me, but I watch a lot of stuff.
This is absolutely true. A lot of times when people say social media has ruined dating, that means they're usually referring to social media have made women become more narcissistic.
But no, it's not. It's made women become more transparent to where men can actually see them, because they think in these few moments that they're making whatever's going on, that people aren't being able to see them. They think they're just talking to the girls. Well, the guys can see it too. And if the guys see you in your natural element, it's repulsive. They don't want it. It's like repellent.
They have more narcissistic tendencies, but I want to add on to what she's saying and add this into how social media has destroyed dating, because maybe the way women talk about dating and men has always been a thing, but men have never had this sort of front row seat to watch this all the time. That is the issue that social media brings to the dating market, because women might be saying, what's the problem? Like the way we talk about men on social media, that's how we've always been talking about men, but men never knew this. Men had a small glimpse, maybe because their sister, their uncle, or maybe if their mom was a single mother and now she's dead, they had a small glimpse into what sort of the thinking of women, but to hear and see on a constant basis the complaining, the victimization of themselves, the one-sided telling of stories, it's really has brought a disgust to men about women and dating in particular. And I think that is so severely underestimated, that what men are seeing on social media and how women are talking about men and describing dating, men are just like, we're good. We can go do something else, some hobbies, go work out, go work on our money, and just check out of dating.
For any of you guys that have not heard about this TikToker that became the Bachelorette and she filmed her whole season and it was about to come out on Sunday, and then her ex-boyfriend released a video from 3 years ago where she is beating him, choking him, and throwing chairs at him in front of her 5-year-old daughter. Let me just summarize how this is a prime current example of how society views men versus women and the complete double standard that is still there. Women are coming on here on this app that have big followings, right? They are creators and they are defending this woman from doing what she did. They are claiming that it was reactive, right? So like the stuff that we didn't see before this video just made her act that way, which is a prime example of what men face because women continue to not be able to take accountability, and they can't even watch another woman take accountability for her poor actions. But the evidence of what this woman did to him was already there. It came out 3 years ago when she pled guilty to the charges, and she like openly talked about it on her TikTok and how she was like trying to improve herself and make amends. But even with that, she continued to become successful on social media, and she ended up being on 2 major shows. That alone would have never happened if a man had that kind of backstory. Last thing that I'm going to say about this is that women are also coming on here and questioning the timing. They're saying that it just contributes to the evidence that this man has continued to try to tear her down. But if genders were reversed, we would be absolutely praising a woman for giving the information and for releasing that video. Because in that case, you know, she would just be telling her story and saving other future victims. Yet when a man does it, he releases it, all of a sudden, he is still the problem. Make it make sense.
And honestly, I do have to give kudos for a lot of these ladies out here that seem to understand and take accountability for, or because they're not the ones doing it. So they really don't have anything to take accountability for. But just calling out the BS. I think there was one woman that said, you know, sometimes, you know, overthinking, just being overly analytical about everything can be weird. And that's how some of these modern women are. They're overly critical. They're overly analytical. They overthink things. And then when a man is like, I didn't mean anything like that. I didn't mean anything by that. I was just saying hi. then a woman, instead of that woman taking accountability, oh, I'm sorry, that was, I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. You're right. Sorry. How are you doing? They continue on down this path and trying to improve themselves right. You're not right.
Make me big again now. Even at our ugliest, our love's worth fighting for.
You sleeping in the same bed?
Yes.
You're being a weirdo. Stop doing that.
Let's talk about something. If you as a man don't have kids, what is the reason to date a single mom? What is the logical reasoning? What is the thought process? What is the reason that you would risk so much to date a single mom? The number one advice that I hear women telling other women is not to date broke men, right? But the equivalent of a woman dating a broke man is dating a single mom, but in my opinion, it's worse because dating a single mom, it comes with more to lose. You could date a man that has great potential. He has a great head on his shoulder. He has great values. He has great morals and he has goals and he's ambitious, but he's just in the process where he's working to build that for himself. Everyone starts off somewhere, but women will still refuse to date broke men, right? As they say, because they want the success of it at the end, because they want to be there in the good times, not the hard times with that man. So I don't understand why a man would purposely put himself in a hard time by dating a single mom. You have so much more to lose. It's funny because women will sit up here and say that men who don't have money shouldn't be dating. They shouldn't even be looking for girlfriends because if they don't have money to date, then they don't deserve love, essentially, right? That's what women say on these apps. I hear it all the time. That if you're a broke man, you shouldn't even be dating. You don't deserve a girlfriend, essentially. But I never hear women tell other women that if you're a single mom, you shouldn't be dating. No, it's the opposite. Women think that single moms deserve the world, and women think that single moms deserve rich men and all of these things. And it's like, so you're sitting here saying that men that are broke don't deserve love, but single moms deserve the world, even though most single moms made bad choices, and that's why they are single moms. Most single moms don't have good heads on their shoulders, and that's why they're single moms. If women want to advocate for other women and say that women should respect themselves by not dating men that don't have money, okay, well, men should respect themselves by not dating single moms, because that is far more baggage and far worse than dating a guy that doesn't necessarily have the funds right now. If a man dates a single mom, he is taking on a role of a father. And in some countries, if a man moves in with the woman, she has kids, he can be held liable to pay child support for kids that are not even his. So men have so much more to lose when they're dating single moms. As women, we expect men to just give us everything and save some women from the horrible decisions that they've made, and that's just not how life works. Society advocates that single moms have more value than a man that is just working towards his goal, essentially. If you're a man and you're dating a single mom because that's all you feel like you can get, then you know what? You need to work harder at becoming a better you, because at the end of the day, if you're dating a single mom, you are risking more long term. And if she feels like you're beneath her, if you feel like that's the reason that you guys are dating because you feel like you can't get better, then guess what? You're just going to be her simp. You're not going to be happy either way. You're going to live a miserable life. So as a man, do better. If you're a man and you don't have kids yourself, why would you date a single mom? It makes zero sense.
Things women say that at the same time, it kind of sounds like you're a chick, a single chick with no kids, and you can't find a guy, or you lost a guy to a single mom. I'm not even gonna lie. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's not always the case that dating a single mom is a negative thing. Sometimes I'll just be honest. I've done it before my first son was born, and that kid's dad had passed away. I mean, in that scenario, it wasn't a negative thing. So, I mean, I raised the kid. It's not a negative thing. Always. It's situational. Just like this isn't all young women or all older women. Like, I've seen literally like 20-year-olds acting like children, acting like awful. I've seen 30-year-olds. I've seen 40-year-olds. I've even seen 50-year-olds that are acting this entitlement, that look like Kim Kardashian running around with BBLs and caterpillar eyelids and friggin', you know, they look like fish lips. They have so much filler in their lips, and it's kind of disgusting, but that's just my opinion. I mean, who am I? I get it. Who am I? What makes you feel good is, you know, your thing. Do your thing. Do you. But it's just a reality. It's a sad reality, but it's a reality. It's not always a negative thing to date a single mom.
That she wants
9 times out of 10 it probably is.
To sleep with you. And before you come at me in the comments and tell me some crap like, you know, we're not taking indirect hints, just know that a woman that doesn't want to directly come out and say that she wants to sleep with you is actually interested in you because she doesn't want you to lose interest in her. So the first one that a woman will say that when she wants to sleep with you is something along the lines of like, "Ooh, boy, you're trouble. You're going to get me in trouble. You're making me act a way that I wouldn't." And what she really means by this is that she wants to sleep with you because you have enough mystery, you're interesting, you lean on the side of caution, like she knows that you might not be any good for her. You have like the bad boy vibes, but you're just good enough to still be a good man to sleep with. So if she says something like, "Oh man, you're gonna get me in trouble," it's because she wants to sleep with you. The next one is if she gets captivated by your scent. This is why a lot of women, if you give them a hoodie that smells like that, like you, she's not going to wash it for a while. And the reason that she's not going to wash it for a while is because it draws her closer to you through your scent. It makes her think about you. It makes her want to, you know, have a deeper connection with you. So when she says something like, "Oh, you know, your shirt is really nice," that is a surface level compliment. But if she tells you that you smell good, it's because she wants to know you on a deeper level. The next one that women will say if she wants to sleep with you is if she says something along the lines of, "I don't usually do this, but I know this might be too soon, but," and she acts in a way or does something that she wouldn't usually do, it's because she is ready to sleep with you, and that is her way of telling you that she wants to sleep with you. The next one a woman will tell you is something along the lines of, "I know you can get any girl that you want." This is her telling you that she is ready to sleep with you, but she's also telling you that, yes, you can get every girl that you want, but she wants you to pick her. It's almost selfishly motivated because she wants to feed her ego in that moment, knowing that you can get all the girls in the world and you still chose her. But at the same time, she's telling you like, yes, like I want you because you can actually get all the women that you want, and I want you. And like I said, before you come up in my comments and say you don't want indirect hints, I'm telling you this is like women 101 because we have all done this a time or two with a guy that we want to sleep with or that we're interested in. And we're hoping that it'll turn into a long-term relationship as we're getting to know you. Hope this helps. Okay, bye.
Why does dating suck in this era? The answer is men. Men are the reason that dating sucks. "Oh, but you can't say that." Well, there's always, of course there are exceptions, but overwhelmingly, and statistics back this up, men are the reason that relationships and dating suck. Not only do they no longer want to pursue women, they only want her if she doesn't want him back. As soon as she shows any type of interest, as soon as she lets her walls down, as soon as she lets him get to know her, he loses interest. As soon as she expresses how much she likes him, he's like, I don't like you that much anymore. I know a lot of single women can agree that this happens so frequently. I've seen videos about how we'll be dating someone that pursued us, initiated contact with us, and they'll do everything that we want as far as pursuing. They'll take us out, they'll be a gentleman, they will say the right thing. And then as soon as you start to like them back and show the tiniest ounce of interest, they're like, "Oh, I'm just really busy." It's sick. They only want the chase. And yes, I know there's going to be men in the comments disagreeing with me, calling me all sorts of names, saying that I need to choose better men. But here's the thing. Choosing better men looks like
not choosing men at all, being single, not having kids, not getting married. And that's also a problem for men. So what we're not going to do is sit here and tell women to choose better men when men need to be better men. The last 4 or 5 guys that I have gone on a date with and have actually liked and continue to talk to after this.
You can't have it both sides. You can't say choose better men and there not be better men. However, I know plenty of good men, just like I know plenty of good women, that's not doing this garbage that you're talking about. And I know plenty of good women that are not walking around with BBLs. Actually, you don't look like you have lip fillers or BBLs or any of that stuff. And I know I'm picking on a certain demographic of ladies, but it ain't no different than y'all talking about broke men. Y'all are talking about 90% of men. 90% of men are broke. White, black, Hispanic, Indian, Russian, it doesn't matter. 90% of men are broke. We'll say 80.
Regardless of if we ever slept together or not, it always starts and ends the same way. It starts with them showing a lot of interest, love bombing me, wanting to plan something ASAP, taking me out, buttering me up. The date goes well. They want to see me again. I'm amazing. I'm beautiful. I'm gorgeous. I'm so much fun to be around. And then I'm like, okay, like things might actually be going well. I'm not gonna have too many expectations, but let's just see what happens. And then all of a sudden, they randomly just like stop talking to you. They go from texting you all day, every day, when can I see you again, to, oh, well, I'm just really busy with work, or I just have a lot on my plate right now. And then you're like, okay, like I get it. Just can you let me know, instead of like not talking to me for 2 days? Because in my mind, if you're not talking to me for 2 days, that means you've ghosted me.
We are like the cowboys of convenience. Yeehaw! Join Sam's Club and shop the way you want.
If your belly looks like this, your chest looks like this, and your back looks like this Monday, April 13th, we start the chair type.
Or you communication, just being like, hey, I have a really busy day going on. Can I talk to you later? That's literally all it takes. Or you can be like, hey, I don't think we're a good match. You're a cool person, but I just don't think I see a future with us. I would rather that than you just ghosting me. This has happened to me over and over and over again. And men always say that they're like afraid of rejection, right? But I just saw a video talking about how at least men don't get rejected once you've already let your guard down and started to work towards a relationship. That's what happens to women. They act like they are interested in us. They tell us all the things we want to hear. They might even do all the things that we're looking for. And then like that, they switch it up. They slowly just pull away. And then they always hit us with, I'm just really busy right now. It never fails to amaze me how unoriginal men are. Again, this is not about choosing better men. Men are doing this on such a large scale that thousands of women or more know exactly what I'm talking about, because we're all dealing with the same. This is why we say hetero relationships typically only work out when the man likes the woman a little bit more than she likes him. When it's the other way around, it never works. When we say that we want men who yearn, we mean consistently. We mean for the whole relationship, not just in the beginning. If you're just gonna pull back as soon as I'm like, oh my God, I like you too, what the is the point? Don't bother me in the first place.
You have a lot of these modern women, once again, their brain is warped. Their brain is warped. There was a woman complaining about meeting a man in the gym, and essentially she was like, when he asked, hey, you live in the 4th floor, right? That's you. Oh, yeah. Man, I saw your dog, man. It looks great. Oh, that's creepy. Oh, man. So now I got to fear for my life and this and that. No, you don't. Because if the man already saw you up until that point, he already knows where you live. So he would have done something anyway. But he didn't. Also, we're missing context. Are you talking about the facility gym or just some random gym down the street? Because him saying you live on the 4th floor, right, would indicate to us that y'all are in the gym in your apartment building or your community gym or wherever you live. You live on the 4th floor. Oh, it's nice. I've seen you before. Yeah, man. I've seen your dogs too.
They're not going to disclose that.
They're really cute. He's trying to make a connection with you.
Some of those are to make men look like creeps. Yes, there are creepy men, period, end of story. But there are also butchy women.
But you're a loser and you're a weirdo, so you would think that men are really trying to stalk you out here, and they're not. As a matter of fact, some women in the comments said, you know, the first thing that comes to my mind is I think it comes off weird. I think it comes off weird if you're not attracted to the guy, right?
I think it comes off weird. I think it comes off weird too. Comes off really weird. Alright, I'm going to play a Crowder video and hopefully my channel doesn't get...
Include these behaviors as a part of their identity. When they say this discriminates against black people, what you're saying is that you can't be bothered to behave reasonably. This segment is going to be rough. Hold on. So, have you noticed how crappy everything is lately as far as quality control and customer service? Think movies, travel, food service, like hotels. People's general behavior. You're not alone. Customer satisfaction has been going down for years. It's currently at a 10-year low, and you can only blame COVID for so long. Some companies now are stepping up, taking it into their own hands, saying, hey, you know what? We need to have some reasonable restrictions and codes of conduct as far as expected behavior, like Ruth's Chris. And then people say it's racist. So I'm going to tell you what it is that they expect of their customers to try and improve this, because someone needs to make a change, and then I'm going to explain to you why people say it's racist, and you need to really try not to be racist.
Should I do it? I'm gonna do it. Some of them armed with guns.
I'm gonna be stealing like it ain't no tomorrow. Sexual contact with an unresponsive man.
There will never be another one like him.
There never will be. Let's try. So Ruth's Chris. I hate the name. Good restaurant, but I hate the name. It's a terrible name.
Yeah.
So they have a new dress code. You have to go, okay, what would necessitate a new dress and I guess you could say behavioral code of conduct?
Well, a new dress code. I saw the video. I saw the actions that were being taken.
Then look at the list. You go, oh. So they switched it to business casual to elegant is the new dress code.
There you go. Elegant.
And that means, just in case you think it's an insurmountable type of hurdle, nothing sleeveless, no offensive shirts, like no federal booby inspector.
Damn it.
Hats, ball caps, anything that's overly revealing as far as clothing. And they specifically outline clothing emitting marijuana odor.
Yeah, that doesn't go well with the wine odor.
No.
So, yeah, it screws everything up.
So let me ask you first. These seem reasonable. It's an expensive steakhouse. Now, a lot of people go, oh, why should they do? Well, look, if you don't like that, the Waffle House will take your order. But I also know that a lot of people who are middle class who are struggling, this is a nice night out and they want to go to a steakhouse. And they don't want to be bothered by the riffraff. They have certain expectations, and those expectations have been eroded. I think it's totally reasonable. It's a private business. And I don't think that these are incredibly difficult to meet, these standards. Of course, many people think it's racism.
If them hood niggas want to come in there with their bubble coats and their hoods on, who the fuck cares, bro? It's niggas who want to dress up when they go out or whatever the case may be. But a hood nigga is a hood nigga. If he don't want to change his motherfucking clothes to go to this restaurant and that he's spending his money at, mind your motherfucking business.
So let me know what's going on here, because now I feel like I was discriminated against. Y'all were saying we can go in there sagging bubble coats, jeans up, and now, like I said, I'm confused because I was turned away from my outfit because they told me it did not.
Right there, you're fine for Ruth's Chris right now.
I need to know, was I being discriminated against, and was this racism? Let me know something, because y'all said there was no dress code.
Oh, well, that's a problem. That's a little bit different, isn't it?
Kind of like a hooker.
Yeah.
It's a little different.
Well, she does. Clip it.
I'm sorry, ma'am. No one wants to be seated next to the photo negative of Miss Piggy. So, look, I'm going to keep revisiting this. Either these are reasonable restrictions for a private business to implement to improve the customer experience for everybody. Sleeveless, no. Hats, no. If it's overly revealing, no. If you reek of weed or body odor, no. Either these are all reasonable, or what we're seeing is black people, many black people, are choosing to include these behaviors as a part of their identity. When they say this discriminates against black people, what you're saying is that you can't be bothered to behave reasonably. You're actually justifying the reason that many people don't want to be seated at the table next to you. Do you understand? And you know what? When people say, hey, this discriminates against black people, I know that most of you who don't actually walk around as a racist, you go, well, why? Well, hey, maybe here's why.
I will pull up to Ruth Chris in some Nike sweats, slides, and a beater. The you talking about? Wrong. Came here to eat. I ain't come up in this to wear a tuxedo to eat a.
It's not about you.
How?
Oh, I guess I understand why. If you choose to identify with that behavior, you think that it discriminates against you. But it's not because you're black. It's because you're awful. It has nothing to do with race. We've actually been considering a similar policy here in this studio.
Way ahead of you, Stephen.
What the?
Oh, yeah.
Oh. I don't know that I...
And I appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, some people just wear blue T-shirts, but other people care about their work.
And to be clear, when I say it has nothing to do with race, I don't mean that. I mean it has nothing to do with melanin. I mean it has nothing to do with your genetics if you are offended at the idea of being respectful, not being obnoxious and loud,
You wouldn't act
not
that way in
disrupting
church.
people next to you, not
it's
being
not so
violent,
hard to go
putting on some deodorant.
and act
What I'm
the way
saying
you
is if you find that an affront to your sensibilities, then Ruth Chris isn't for you.
There you go. That is the thing. And trust me, I've worked in the restaurant industry and the wine industry
sorry,
for a
this
very long
thug
time. I don't do that
gangster
really
culture is
anymore,
not
but
good for
man, this was a problem there. They don't
not
tell
good
you
for
this,
you, and it's not
but
good for
when
the
you
people
come in, they size you up and go, that person is sitting in the back of the restaurant where nobody can see them. And it's not about white, black, Hispanic. It's like they came in off the streets with shorts and a T-shirt and everybody else has dinner jackets on.
Yeah.
Like we're not setting the kind of environment that people want to come and spend money to be in if that's what they're going to see. And it's like, hey, just do it. I've gone to places, they had a jacket rule. I had no idea. Didn't have a jacket. They were very nice. They went and got me a jacket. Nobody's going to be a jerk to you. But if you come in thinking you can just walk in flip-flops and your Nike sweats, go somewhere else.
Yeah.
It's totally fine. They don't want you there anyway.
And by the way, I can't remember the last time that I ate at a Ruth's Chris, to be clear. If you want to say elitism, no, they have the right to
It's
do
the
it.
low end of nice restaurants. I've done probably 100 wine dinners at those places.
Yeah.
And it's fine. It's good, but it's not high, fine dining.
Not all things are for all people.
Yeah.
You don't need a march because you have to go to Texas Roadhouse instead, which, by the way, is also fine. I enjoy Texas Roadhouse if I go.
If you like to go everywhere wearing sleeveless shirts, tank tops, and smelling like weed, guess what? The cooks at Applebee's do too.
Yes,
Go
exactly
get you
right.
2 for 20.
They love you.
The next one, United Airlines.
Oh, I love this one.
Hey, anyone want to say that air travel has been more pleasant lately? We'll get to the TSA in a second. They now require headphones on all devices that emit sound. And if you don't, it could result in a permanent ban.
Yes.
I have had to deal with this.
I hate
personally.
this.
I had someone playing whatever it was, some handheld video game at full volume.
I think this should be a rule in society, not
Yes.
Delta Airlines.
But think of the entitlement. Hey, other people don't want to hear your thing.
Well, how will I know they're cool, though?
That's a good point.
If I can't hear their Tupac song, I won't know they like old school hip hop.
Well,
it's not that, Josh. It's them talking to their grandma.
If they're smoking a cigarette, you already know they're pretty cool.
Ah, well.
That's a good point.
So,
Can't smoke on planes.
Hey, you guys got to put on headphones. Does that seem reasonable, guys? Does that seem reasonable? By the way, maybe this is why they implemented the rule.
I paid money for it, and I played a video for 30 seconds at 50%.
How about no seconds?
And that's the reason you're kicking me off?
Yes.
Because I said that sounds like a you problem. You'll stop.
Because you...
Looks like a 747, which means it's a longer flight. People are trying to sleep.
Didn't accept that, and that sounds like a damn horrible
Yeah. Here's I don't. Everyone hates you. Just to be clear, everyone in your vicinity hates you. This person likely asked them, "Hey, could you mind turning it down?" That sounds like a you problem.
Yeah.
Oh, guess what? Return volley. It just became a you problem. Enjoy the bus.
Does she know she eats like hair and like all of the stuff they did in that movie Waiting? They do to your food when you go out to places acting like that. That was the point of that movie, to get people to act nicer and treat their fellow human being with dignity and respect. Period, across the board. I know I harp on the women, but it's not all the women, is it? I'm not doing it just because I want to harp on women. She's doing this just to be unpleasant to everyone.
You said everybody hates you, including your husband, who's sitting right there.
I mean,
like anybody's gonna have sympathy for you. You're like the heckler at the comedy club. Nobody, shut up. Nobody wants you here.
Get off the plane.
But you live in a country where you have people where they can't even fathom that it's rude for someone else to be forced to listen to your crap. By the way, the same thing would apply if they're playing music that I like. I don't know if you know this. When I choose to play music, there's a play button that I press. I'm in charge of when it plays, not you blaring it at any moment you so choose. This was pretty commonly accepted as public decorum. Let's go to Carnival Cruise Lines. They have some new rules.
It's more difficult this way.
So these are specific. And of course, people say, oh, it's racist. They banned Bluetooth speakers. Ooh. They have a 1 a.m. curfew on minors. They've increased marijuana enforcement. I'm noticing that as a trend. You always hear these people like, if you drink too much, you go and you beat your wife and you start a fight. You smoke weed, you sit on the couch and eat some Pringles, or you blare music on your Bluetooth at the municipal pool as a 16-year-old at 2 or 3 a.m. It's not a miracle drug that just makes you friendly and likable to everyone. There are plenty of people I've met who are insufferable when they're out of their mind on weed. Not everybody, but some, just like some people can't hold their alcohol. However, regular exercise, Carnival Cruise is still encouraged.
Oh, I better back it up. World Star! World Star!
So, no Bluetooth speakers, 1 a.m. curfew on minors. And by the way, you can't just reek of weed and waft it around everyone else's cabin. Do these seem like reasonable restrictions? Again, customer satisfaction is at an all-time low across the board in the service industry. To me, these are baby steps. I'd like to see them go quite a bit further.
Yeah.
What do you think the reaction has been?
That's racist!
Exactly right.
Carnival has turned this into such a racially charged situation, and them not coming out to speak on it or like make a statement or anything. Oh, okay. A lot of their decisions they're making, like no rap music, no fans, no boots on the ground, it seems very racially motivated. I'm not gonna hold you.
Carnival Cruise Line does not like black people, and they don't want black people taking their cruises, okay?
Correct.
It started off with the speakers, telling people that they can't bring speakers no more. Why would you not want people to be able to bring speakers and listen to their own music?
We don't.
Because it's your own music, dumbass.
Yeah.
Headphones in.
It's not my own music, it's your own music.
You know how they threaten? Like, you do that, you ain't gonna have black people on your cruise.
Like that's what. No! Carnival Cruise. Oh no! Don't boycott us. What will we do? Shoot.
Basically, we got an announcement. Spirit Cruise Lines has just launched, so fill in the gap.
You know what's funny? She just described what headphones are.
Yes.
Why can't I bring a musical device that plays music for my own self?
Yes.
You can.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if you...
People are so stupid. If I want to get in a fight by a pool, I'll do it at my house.
Like, think about this. Even people who used to break dance, like in the 80s, they do it on a corner. They, lay down a cardboard box. They weren't just going into your store, like, watch this, watch this. They weren't just doing it everywhere. People understood even back then, like, all right, this is a subculture. Headphones. You waste a bunch of money on frivolities, I guarantee you have top-of-the-line headphones. I have no doubt about that. So they say it's racist. Do they have a case? Well, maybe they looked at a lot of the videos and said, oh, well, Carnival is clearly implementing this policy because of this.
Hey! Oh,
Yeah, this is a porn. I mean,
Welcome
come on,
to
this is
the
a porn
motherfucking
behavior.
cruise. No, not me, man. Hold on. There it goes. There it goes. God damn.
I got a different one.
How do you secure that?
They ran out of steak at the
Yeah,
buffet.
I'm with you there, Joey. How do
Somebody
you
asked them
secure
if they
that?
could
You
swim.
can't secure that. Jackie Chan and Bruce Lee both couldn't secure that.
We have to go.
This lady didn't have all the tickets she needed. She didn't pay for them.
Yeah, right, dude. Good luck.
Good luck. That's a back turnout. Throw her off the ship like that.
These
That'd be
poor
funny.
Jamaicans trying to bring. You know what though? If you had a ticket for like a top deck, not a bad show to watch.
No, I get it.
You know?
Yeah, I understand that. But here's the thing: people will go, the marginalized, the disenfranchised, and you'll have someone take up this cause
to go do this.
When you
and you have people
scream
that are just so
when it's
friggin'
fake, when you
entitled that
scream
they don't
victim,
even
you don't
care.
realize
They're
there are
just ruining
actual
people's
victims.
time.
I want you to think of something for a second. You know, this person can be a black person. Just to be clear, since this black community who screams the loudest online, who we avoid like the plague, just to be clear, and it's your fault. Meaning the people in these videos, the people who behave that way and say this represents blackness, first off, I don't agree with you across the board. I think you're more accurate than many people care to admit. But I'm going to separate you from a working class black dad who uses up his vacation days and wants to take his family
That's my
on a
point right
cruise
there.
because it's something he was
Whether
never able
he's
to do, and he
black or
wants his
white,
children to have some
anybody.
experiences that he didn't. And he shows up and he has to deal with that. That's the actual victim.
Yeah, that is bullcrap.
The guy who got a dog sitter. The guy who made sure that someone picked up his mail. The guy who told his kids that if they got their grades up, they'd be able to go on a cruise. And you know what? Sure, they can kick them off. You don't get that back. That's now the experience.
Yeah.
In many cases, the cruise, the dinner at Ruth's Chris, the flight is ruined. So now, all that's really taking place is a preemptive measure to enforce the regulations, the expectations that already existed but were completely denied and ignored out of a sense of entitlement. That's the issue. So it's a binary choice that you have to make as far as your judgment. Either these are very reasonable restrictions, not flip-flops, not tank tops, you can't smell like weed, for example, can't be showing your cooch at Ruth's Chris, or you can't bring in a boombox as a minor at 2 a.m. smoking weed on the deck. These are either reasonable restrictions for private businesses to improve what they want to be their customer base and their experience therein, or black people are choosing to include this as a part of their identity. When they say those restrictions, those are racist against us, you're saying that that's what you plan to do, meaning you feel entitled to be loud, to be invasive, to be inconsiderate, to be messy, to be disruptive, to be violent, and smelly.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
That wasn't necessary.
We're talking about the weed smell.
Yeah, I know. I meant.
Totally necessary. It was necessary.
Well, look, how would you react if I said, like, hey, by the way, just so you guys know, the law is you obviously can't rob somebody on the subway or you're going to go to jail. Well, that discriminates against us black people. I'm like, oh, you were planning on robbing someone at the subway.
Yes. Well,
right?
The mayor of Chicago actually just said this. I don't know if we can find the post. He said, you can't solve the violent crime problem by putting people in jail. That's racist. And I was like,
you can't solve
violent crime problem just by putting people in jail.
Want to bet?
That's racist.
So does that mean
Maybe
white
old
people
quote.
aren't being violent? Because I thought that white people were being violent too.
Yeah. Many
That's
of them
what
are.
I thought.
Here's the difference, though, too, that we all need to acknowledge. With white people, most of them, and of course, when you add substances, it changes. You guys can let me know if you think I'm way off base. This is a generalization. Not all. Usually, if a white guy is out of line, like you kind of saw with Justin Timberlake, they go like, all right, you got me. Once the authorities come in, they, because they have shame, they want to save themselves the embarrassment, especially if they have family members, if someone is out of line. Usually there's a way, because we sort of have a verbal, an unwritten agreement of, all right, now this is escalated and we're not going to deal with this anymore. I guarantee you far more often when Ruth Chris turns away a white guy or white lady because their clothes are too revealing or they're wearing a sleeveless shirt, I guarantee you far more often they might go like, oh, yeah, well, okay, fine, I don't want to eat here anyway, but they leave. It's not a mob attack.
No.
I've been asked to leave a nightclub when I was younger.
So was I.
I was wearing a hat. They said I couldn't wear my hat in there, and I had just recently got a really bad military haircut, and so I said, well, I am not doing that, so goodbye.
Yeah. Right. Mine was blue jeans. I had blue jeans on, and they were like, we don't like no denim. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
No big deal. I mean, listen, these restaurants have the ability to do that. I don't know if you understand what fine dining is, like something beyond just like the regular. I'm like giant swath of fine dining. It's an experience. It's not just the food.
No, it's just some duck or something.
No, it's not. It's going to a nice place where you know it's going to be, the noise level's not going to be crazy. People aren't going to be yelling, but it's not going to be super quiet and stiff. It's going to be good food and really good service. And maybe it's a special night out for an anniversary. And I don't want to have to worry about the World Star incident happening on the table next to me because I'm spending a lot of money. And maybe it's the one time a year that I get to do that.
Yeah.
And you are just so selfish that you think everything is about you and everybody wants to hear what you have to say. That's just not true in life. And so they're saying, hey, if you're going to show like a disrespect for yourself, then we don't want you in here doing it.
They did the same thing with Rudy Giuliani, right? The broken windows theory. He said, no subways, leave. No subways go back out with any graffiti on them.
Not at all.
Because if people see their stuff clean, if people see order, they will want to maintain it because they benefit from it. And people said that was racist. And they'll say, oh, the shakedowns and the frisk. Sure, but they thought that simply cleaning everything up was also racist.
Right.
And this is the problem, right? If you leave, it's white flight. And if you stay, it's gentrification. Same thing would happen with Carnival Cruise Lines. If white people just said, everyone other than the hood rat, according to that lady, right? That hood, they come, these hood people still gonna be hood. If everyone but them said, we're not going to go, they would be upset and say, oh, so these people are racist. Well, it's a no-win proposition. So how about this? It's really simple. Act decently.
Well, no, because then you have the same action and reaction as you did the Walgreens out in California that they were shutting down, and the CVS's that were getting shut down on every other street corner. They had been there for years and years and years, but people were coming in, stealing like $980 worth of things, and then walking right out the front door. That's not a sustainable business model. And for the people in California who are just allowing it and basically egging it on, I mean, what are they supposed to do? Come on.
And in most cases, you'll get the occasional racist. I guarantee you. I guarantee you, if you act decently, you will mostly be treated decently. Someone who's watching who's from one of these videos, or maybe some of these rules apply to you. Look, take this challenge. Use headphones instead of Bluetooth speakers.
Yep.
Don't smell like weed. Yep. Don't yell, scream, be inconsiderate.
Yep.
Dress like a prostitute. And expect to have your way. Just don't do any of those things. I'm willing to bet you'll encounter a whole lot less racism. Come back to me. Let me know how it works out.
Yep.
Hey, do you like what you saw? I don't know how because it's on YouTube and we have to cut all the good parts out. So you should tune in.
Pretty much agree with all of that. How about that? I mean, I guess. I'm not a big Pearl fan. She has good points, but her takes are too far. And she overtalks her guests. He's already told you. Children, a submissive, virtuous wife, a long, happy life. These are things that a man wants and looks forward to. Not as many as there used to be, but there are still virtuous women. So you just want to give a description of what's going on and zero prescriptions on how to fix it, alleviate it, or get out of it. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to help people see that what they're doing is literally ruining their lives, whether they realize it or not. So, I mean, that's the point. They're not. And what's the difference here? Literally, what's the difference? She talked to some people on her podcast. They're on camera. They're talking to the world. They're not giving their honest take like they are to Andrew over here. Why? Because guy to guy, we're going to be more truthful and we're going to be more honest rather than putting our weaknesses and our vulnerabilities out there for the entire world. That's just a fact. And she's too naive to even understand it because she's all red pill for whatever reason. Yep, sitcoms, exactly. And we know it's higher. Because she's not godly. Yep. 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 They're not going to if you don't try. So if you fall in the water, just drown because you're not even going to try. Here she talks over him. See, again, she can't answer questions. What should I do if I swallow poison then, Pearl? It's not your place. It's not my place to tell you to call the Poison Control Agency. Like, I hate to say it. She's borderline moron. She's literally borderline moron. She's never not been obtuse. She's never not been obtuse. No, they try not to sin. There's only one God, ma'am. I'm pretty sure he doesn't dress like that. Basically sold his soul. When you sin, you are denying God. That's separation from God. What I mean, moronic. 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 No, just because I sin doesn't mean I'm have nothing to do with God. Yeah. Agrippa's trilemma, that'll be the first next thing she says. Yep. Ooh, cool Vic. That's like the female John Hader. It doesn't sound like it. Yeah. It doesn't sound like it. That literally sounds like John Hader. It's like the female Napoleon Dynamite right there. What? Wow. Wow. I'm sorry, Andrew. You're taking it like a champ. You're taking it like a champ. This is just a bunch of prattle. I think I've saw this one. because of Baphomet. I got to my candle burning. Sugared waffle cone. Yes. Yes. Yep. How long, Nate? Trans limo. Oh, big man. I'm sorry. I'm gonna point something out. This set of lips looks like a bass fish. That's the point. That is the entirety, and I'm glad she said that, because it is literally the most important thing in the entire world. Is serving God. There's only one God. There's only one real God. So, I mean, I don't mean to offend anybody who doesn't believe in Jesus, but there's only one God, and it is Jesus Christ. Period. Mary Magdalene was not written by Mary Magdalene. All of those lost books of Bible were written by people who did not have Christians' best interest at heart. In fact, it was people who were influenced and inspired by Satan, lady. But there again, I guess I'm wrong because I'm just a Bible thumper. Pretty much. It's like a 70% rate in people these days. I mean, it's gross. So it's more than 70%. Yeah, I would take it with a shot of penicillin. That's the clap, actually. Yeah, this one, the one talking. Looks like she has fish lips. Right here. Her lips look like a fish. Yes, I would love every one of you to box a former man who's turned into a trans and see how you fare and then tell me how you feel. First do that. Let LeBron transition and then play him a game of one-on-one. And then tell me how you feel. They're all liars. Guaranteed they all say it's okay. Hopefully I'm wrong. Hey, Godzilla, want something to drink? Andrew's looking at the camera. I wish I could go home. Exactly. Until recently. As soon as I click the like and subscribe thing, the friggin' ad. Go figure. Go figure. Yeah. So like and subscribe. My channels are small as all get out. I'm trying to get monetized. I know it's asking a lot and everybody does it, but you know, that's the goal. So please. Well, and that's another thing. I would love to see an F to M go box, you know, an average Joe, and see how Shim fares. Because I guarantee it wouldn't be very good. The average Joe would probably do the same thing that he would do if well, pre-transition. That's the point. This is not real. It's Fruit to Loop land. Isn't quite correct. She talks down to everyone. Definitely Kyla lecture me. Yeah, it's pretty bad, but I'd rather hear Erudite lecture me for 3 hours. Oh. Back to this. I gotta go feed the dog lunch. He's out there yelping. I'll be right back. Keep going. She does sound like she's obsessed with Megan Fox. Wow. Bunch of hens clucking. I'm just a dude in a stream watching another stream. Here we go. Here we go. No, don't come in and save her. Like, I don't get it. Women do the bird hands thing so much. Nope. A big problem is that we talk with our hands, and I do it too. I put my hand on my face, but we talk with our hands, and it's annoying as all get out. It's annoying. Brian is microwaving a burrito, yes. Or popcorn. They sound like twins. They sound like twins. That's why if you go back to my old videos, I call her Lady Destiny. Before I even knew who she was. It's ma'am. It's ma'am. Ugh. Excuse me, I'm tired. You kind of are. Because you're disgusting. She's gorgeous. I think she's the prettiest one on the whole show. But the largemouth bass right beside her is kind of hideous. And she could be gorgeous. But those lips, oh my gosh, those lips. But I guess people comment on your lips everywhere you go. Yeah, for sure. This chick right here is the prettiest chick on the podcast. Her. Oh my gosh, she's gorgeous. Or fetish, yeah. She has like... She has, what do you call it? Like a deficiency somewhere. She's self-conscious. That's why she's using all these big words. She has to be and appear more superior intelligently than everyone else. And she's very, very pretty, so I don't understand why. I'm pretty good at reading people. So, what we learned yesterday in a video that we were watching, for anybody that caught it, that it was a demon So, yeah. And I absolutely believe that. Cancel me. I don't care. That's not what he's saying. That is what. Depending on where you're at. So that you feel better about yourself. She looks like she's in a rap video. Well, he's doing it a little bit too. To the Trump. Okay. Yeah, that girl's gorgeous. That look. She's got a beautiful look. Yep. Nope. Good video, Vic. Give me just a second. Oh, man. A debate? Like in 35, 40 minutes? Andrew? That may be good. Let's hear a little bit of Rob. I agree with that. Yes. He did. Doesn't sound good. You're a bigger blip than I am, Rob. I'm not even a period on the page. But that's kind of the point. I mean, you look at the tax collector and the Pharisee, and he's sitting there thanking God, thank you for not, making me not like him. I fast 2 times a week, and I say my prayers every day, and I, keep your whatever. And then the other guy just said, Lord, forgive me, have mercy on me, I'm a sinner. And Jesus even said, the tax collector went home justified, where the other one didn't. So, I mean, that's literally what it's all about, is realizing we're all sinners and just trying to not be and turning away from it. Bonnie Blue, yeah. Well, no, that's the problem with churches nowadays. All they do is preach the love part. That's why prosperity is such a lost cause. And who am I to say that? Don't get me wrong, I'm not condemning anyone, but even God said it's not an hors d'oeuvre tray. You got to take the whole. I made that reference the other day, so I won't keep it up, but. Let God be true, and every man a liar. Yeah, but you hate that sin, though. You do love that sinner, but you hate that sin. Yes, agreed. But forgiveness, and in all fairness, Rob, with all due respect, forgiveness is a very, very crucial point, because God forgives us based on how we forgive others. Now, I agree with what you're saying here, because just because she come in and she got cleaned up and she got forgiven and saved, and God bless her for that. That's a good thing. But that don't mean I gotta wife her. That don't mean I want my son to wife her. That don't mean I want my brothers to wife her. I'm right there with you on that. But yes, forgiveness is a huge component. But so is calling out the bad stuff too, like you said. I mean, that's crucial. Yeah, well, they can. I'm turning red. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My earbud's coming out. You're totally right. Well, think about what he said. Jesus himself said people would say that have I not cast out demons and prophesied in your name and led people to you and all these things. And he said, depart from me, I never knew you. Who is he speaking to? He was speaking to Christians. I mean, it's going to be Christians that get rejected. I mean, it's going to be a lot of people, but a bunch of the Christians who think that they're fine and they think they're safe are going to get rejected. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. But see, that's the thing. That's the thing, Rob. You're hitting the nail on the head in a lot of ways. But a lot of those guys that were sitting there doing it quiet were inspired by some of those people. Because in a lot of ways, that's just how it is. But you're right. No one's giving that guy praise. But that's why Jesus said, you know, go do your praying in your closet. In your prayer closet, in the privacy of your own house, not out in the street where everybody can see, not here on Facebook and YouTube's and Kick and all of these platforms where everybody's looking at you, because that is what? That is your notoriety then and there. That's your glory. And when you get glory and you get glorified, who's not getting glorified? God. Because that's the whole victory. The victory. Jesus is the one who won the victory. So Phil don't get victory. Phil don't get glory. Any glory I get, I give to the Lord. And you should do the same, and so should them, and so should them. Because that's the point. Without it, we're all just lost. Peeing up a rope. And I don't know if anybody's ever peed up a rope. You're going to get wet. It was the same for me. 27 years. I mean, there's some good points, but oftentimes that guy that never did nothing is shy and doesn't want to get up and tell his story. Not saying that it can't be done or you know, shouldn't be done or anything to those. But you know how it is. 15 minutes until the debate starts. I gotta find something that's close to 15 minutes long. Or I can just fill 15 minutes and banter. But no one wants that. I'm uninteresting and I know it. That's fine. This is a guy I like watching from Mississippi. He's got some good takes. And the video is probably only like 6 minutes, so it's not very long. Amen. Amen. Yep. Oh, I literally just passed up a baby shower last week. It was a co-ed. I said, no, men don't go to baby showers. I think not. Wow. Good on him. All right, 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes. I've got a feeling that Jared Kushner might be a little more antichrist than we all think he is. But what do I know? What do I know? Let's watch a few minutes of this. He's always late, anyway. Yep, yep, absolutely. Absolutely. That's kind of the same way I feel about being a Christian and a Democrat. I know people say that I'm wrong, but I mean, when the values do not align, I mean, that's kind of all there is to it. When the values do not align. So, still waiting on this debate. I don't know how long it's going to be. Sorry, I screwed it up somehow. I messed it up. But we're good. I think. Okay, it seems like we're going now. He's already making fun of him. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. No, I would do the best to give my child the best life. I can understand him, but his takes are very radical. Excuse me, I did it again. $149's not bad. Oh, he's on his phone. Okay, that makes total sense. This should be fun. Yep. 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 Oh, goodness gracious. I'm tired. I'm ready to go to bed. I am ready to go to bed. That's how they grow. That's how we overcome things. It's not true. Emotional suffering. It's not physical pain. That's literally the point. Yes, he said that at the beginning. That's how they overcome. Yes. Yep. You've given up your argument. You've lost the debate. Yep. He immediately said, we don't. And then he said, I would. I'm gonna say that's just a domination by Andrew, because I mean, yeah. Something tells me he couldn't whip his way out of a wet paper sack. Did they do something wrong? This is pretty much the end of the debate. They literally just have a few minutes left. I'm going to be wrapping up my stream. That's kind of true. It's separation. I am so tired. It is not even funny. But your argument is incoherent. Everybody has their own opinions, but I say Andrew won. I think he's on his phone. And I would say without satanic brainwashing, we have this urge and desire to carry on life with children. That's just, in my opinion, innate. Maybe not. Either way. That's pretty much it. I'm going to cut it and call it right there. Oh, man. Now Speakeasy is having a... Oh, okay, it's the open panel purge. I'm trying to decide. Hmm. Doesn't he have enough going on right now? I don't type very fast, so, you know, there's that. And somehow I've... Oh. I kind of thought Dusty had enough going on. Maybe not. Well, there it is. There it is. Yep.